yo, socially make a touch, and right now you're locked into God See. Everything culture, alright, love?
Okay, all right. So you guys are going to be performing right here?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Youth with Rhythm. Yep. They're going to be performing right here. So we're going to, guys, they're going to be greeting people as they come in. Oh, yeah. I saw you guys on, I saw you guys at, of course, a party is not a party without the Mocha Jumbies coming in. If they're not here, then you don't have a party going. Welcome to Gardsey. We are here live in the Naparima Bowl down in San Fernando. And we're here for Fonclaire 60th anniversary. See the sign here for the Naparima Bowl. Hope you could hear me. I think you should be able to. Alright, they're going to jam right now. They're going to jam now. Alright. Okay, we're here at Naparima Bowl in San Fernando, and we're here for Fonclaire, 60th anniversary of Fonclaire. So people are already here, and that's the warm-up area. One second. Yeah, they're getting ready to come on and play. So we're gonna set up here because I see them in the background. They're in the background, they're talking. So they're really close to happening. Yeah, pull that up there. Pull it. I have to set up on the other side here. Hey Martin, can you move over one?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We warmly welcome you to the Naparima Bowl Amphitheatre. Pay close attention to the following basic house rules. No unauthorized flash photography and video recording is permitted. Patrons are also advised that no smoking is allowed in the amphitheatre. However, there are designated smoking areas. Washrooms are located to the left along the side of the building and to your right around the building and along the walkway. In the event of an emergency, do not panic. Please follow the instructions of our ushers. Move quickly in an orderly manner to the designated muster point, which is located to the southeastern end of the car park. Ladies and gentlemen, do enjoy the event.
Before we're gonna do the playback and we'll get the playback.
Greetings, Naparima Bowl. Oh, very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Well, you're looking nice. But this is a hot sun party. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a public holiday. So I know that you have undying love for NLCB Fonclaire, that you are here at 3 o'clock in the afternoon on a public holiday. So let's hear it for you. And let's hear it for the legacy that is NLCB Fonclaire. My name is Abeo Jackson. I am a 6th generation American descended from the lineage of Amphi and Bashana Jackson. And you know why that is important? Because my grandmother, Ruth Georgiana Jackson, used to live on Fonrose Street. You hear where? Fonrose. The first part of the name Fonclaire. So I am what we call Fonclaire legacy. I am the niece of Kenneth Kingston Arthur, one of the foundation members of Fonclaire, one of those who are still with us, and he is very much in the building. So could we hear it from my uncle, please? Before we begin, I want to remind you all of a very important word. The word is Sankofa. Well, you ever heard that word before? Sankofa. idea that you have to know where you come from in order to know where you're going. So the fact that we could be here to celebrate with Golden Steel, Tiny Mites, Gabrielites, People Panjamas, Grant Memorial, Fusion Steel, Fonclaire Juniors, NLCB Fonclaire, it didn't happen just so. We are here to celebrate 60 years. And it didn't just start in 1965. It actually started in 1955 when a group of young men used to play football. Well, you ever hear the story of how it starts? They used to come together to play football. Let me give all you a piece of the story. Peace. The years spanning 1955 to 1965 gave birth to a community in the borough of San Fernando that was like no other. The boundaries of that community in the beginning were Coffee Street to the north, Bertrand Street to the east, Rushworth Street to the south, and Drayton Street to the west, assuming San Fernando Hill to be due north. The streets Claire, Fonrose, Dutton, Cooper, Austin, Parry, Thorn, Legion were internal to those boundaries. And that is the reason why when the band started, the area out of which the band came was known as the Hole, because of the physical space. Because to get to the rest of San Fernando, you had to climb a steep hill. The young men started playing football, but it wasn't until, 1964 was when the first tuned steel drums came to the community. They included one tenor, one double tenor, one tricello, one grundig, now called the guitar pan. All you know a grundig? All you know that's what it was called? These were throwaways from existing bands and were deposited under Mervyn Scott, Uncle Scotty house. May he walk in power. And that is where it began. Under Uncle Scotty house with pans that were discarded from other bands. And here we are today, 60 plus years later, with Golden Steel, Tiny Mites, Gabrielites, People Panjamas, Grant Memorial, Fusion Steel, Fonclaire Juniors 1 and 2, and of course, the NLCB Fonclaire. Could we please hear it for a brilliant, amazing legacy? So let's start the thing off right. In order to start it, we must have an invocation. And we have the invocation in the form of a performance from Advent Steel Band. Let's hear it for Advent Steel Band behind me.
Father God, we come today thanking you for 60 years. Thanking you, God, for the blessings you would have placed on Fonclaire. We thank you for this opportunity to be in this space, Lord, where we can praise, where we can reminisce, where we can see your mighty hand at work, dear Father. Mighty God, today we say we magnify you. Today we say we praise you. Today we lift up your name and thank you, God, for 60 plus years to come. This we thank you and this we praise you for. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Let's hear it again for Advent Steel, getting us started off right. We acknowledge all of the energies in the space, all the ancestral energies as well, without whom we would not be here. So, before we continue, just to get the energy up, when I say AU, you say AU, AU! Oh my God, let's do that again. When I say AU, you say AU, 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 AU. Nice. Bringing to the stage the managing director of NLCB Fonclaire. I usually call him the commander-in-chief. None other than Mr. Darren Shepherd to bring some remarks. Now take you to clap, come on. We had to work on all it before the end of this evening.
So watching up in the sky, right? And as usual, thank you, Father. We're supposed to have all kind of storm and all kind of thing. And for some blessed reason, we don't ever get that. We get a little thing before, and then the rain just fall 2 hours when the show done. So don't frighten. We blessed like that. Let me start by welcoming the Honorable MP for San Fernando West, Minister Michael Dowlat, Minister of Education. Thanks for being here today, and he'll bring some remarks right after I speak. 60 years. They call her name just now. I had to call her name first. Mr. Arthur, from me to you, from all the performers here today, thank you. There's a couple other special guests. In Fonclaire, as a youth man, we always felt safe because bodybuilding was a big thing in the band back then. Rudin, Wire, Butch, Griffith, Jet Plane. And those guys kept us safe. And today we're going to pay respects to a few of them. Butch, thank you for keeping us safe. Let me acknowledge members of the South Central region of Trinidad for choosing to spend this time with us. We do appreciate your presence. Mr. and Mrs. Weeks, Ms. Weeks, the current Assistant Secretary of Trinidad Central Executive. Thanks. We appreciate you sharing this evening with us. I want to talk a little bit about something that's very passionate to me. You see, young people. I grew up in a neighborhood where we were welcomed in the backyard. And we always talk about how different it is now as opposed to then. We have a group called Gold and Steel. And I want to be very careful how I describe them. They would have not been able to play this instrument in their younger days. And we at Fonclaire has created an environment that allows them to scratch something off their bucket list, because a lot of them always wanted to play the instrument. That's on one extreme. And on the lower extreme, we have a group called Fonclaire Tiny Mites. They're the prettiest jersey you will see here on stage. And 4 years old to 8 years old. That is what we call community. So we're taking you from this high, straight up. And we're very proud of that. So, since 2019, Fonclaire has embarked on an outreach program in the schools in the San Fernando area. It started off with Coffee Boys Anglican School, my old school, very proud to say that. Anstey Girls, Government Girls and Boys, and Pleasantville Secondary. Proud to say that as well. Those are the 5 schools that we considered in our immediate catchment area. And then we expanded to St. Gabriel's, Monrepo, RC, and the list goes on. At this present time, Fonclaire is engaged in 14 schools. Now there's a pan in the classroom program, which we applaud. But our aim and ambition at Fonclaire is to put steel bands in schools. It's very different from pan in the classroom. Just to mention, and I have some of my colleagues from Pleasantville here that's going to grace the stage today. At Pleasantville, we played for the Wali functions, Eid functions, Christmas, Easter, Carnival, you name it. The steel band was an integral part of all school activities. And the only way that we all could embrace this instrument is if the instrument is represented in everything we do as a people. I strongly believe that. So at present, we're involved in Grant Memorial Presbyterian, Coffee Boys Anglican, Anstey Girls Memorial, Monrepo RC, St. Gabriel's RC, San Fernando Girls Government Primary, San Fernando Boys Government Primary, San Fernando Methodist Primary, St. Paul's Anglican Primary, San Fernando East Secondary, Pleasantville Secondary, San Fernando West Secondary, and Marabella North Secondary. One steel band. And we do this free of charge. All we ask is for when we have events like this, you come out and support so we could keep our programs free. We started a program in St. David's RC just about a week ago. My colleague, Mr. Marcel, is running that program. They are situated in Caroni. We had discussions with the principal of St. Stephen's College last week in Princestown. We visited Vesony Secondary 2 weeks ago in Vesony. So our program is reaching far and wide. And Mr. Minister, the children at Trinidad and Tobago love pan. Believe me when I tell you that. The principal of St. Stephen's communicated with us, and he put out a call for children in the school who would be interested in joining the pan club. He got 70 names in just a couple of days. Pan is the answer. Pan is the answer. The discipline that is required to play the instrument, the ability to learn via your memory helps develop that said memory. And I remember I wasn't a big studier, but because I played the instrument, when I was in class, I paid attention. And if I could recall 10 Panorama songs, it means I could recall my lessons as well. So for you parents out there, balance is the key. Don't take them out. Balance their involvement, and you'll have a better, rounded child. I do believe that. So thanks again for sharing your holiday with us. And let me turn you back over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheppy. I love that. Pan is the answer and balance is the key. If you take nothing else from this evening, along with all of the wonderful, fabulous music and all of the young people that we are about to celebrate, take those two statements. Pan is the answer and balance is the key. Before we get into our performances, we have another speech. Greetings, birthday greetings to NLCB Fonclaire. I love that. From the Ministry of Education, or MP for San Fernando West, the Honorable Dr. Michael Dowlath.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, Chair. And I want to say this evening, as I'm here, I'm so happy for the words that Mr. Darren Shepherd spoke about. Holistic education. All my life I've spent in youth development. And I want to concur with him that young people, especially ones I'm seeing here, and those in the 14 schools, I want you to put your hands together and congratulate them for doing this. When you use your left hand, it's because the right side of your brain is active. When you use your right hand, the left side of your brain. And so you are so right, Mr. Shepherd, that by playing music, by playing sports, you become more intelligent. And it helps you with all your work. I want to say that congratulations to NLCB Fonclaire Steel Orchestra. 60 years. And I think they deserve a round of applause for the legacy that they continue to deliver. And they have passed on the torch to the younger generation. I'm seeing many of them here with us. I want to say that in 1962, this Naprima Bowl was a gift from the government to the people of San Fernando. And so, as we continue to make use of those facilities that promote the intrinsic ability of our young people, and in education, not everything is about academics. It's really about how you add value to the society. I remember in 2006, when I came as the principal of Naprima College, right behind you, dear audience. And I started to speak with the then MP, Mr. Junior Rigello, about PAN in schools. And it took about 12 years before, in 2019, we got Naprima College and Naprima Girls together. NAPS combined to win the National Secondary School competition. I think they deserve a round of applause for that. So, Mr. Shepherd, you have me on your side. I have been involved in this as a supporter and a facilitator. And I want to say to you that you're right. Discipline, perseverance, commitment, and the ability to understand how to work in a team, you learn from being part of a PAN side. But I want to say it doesn't come easy, because there was a lot of sacrifice to reach to the 60th anniversary. A lot of people had to sacrifice. And so today, as we pay homage to them on Indian Arrival Day, it reflects the diversity of the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. As Mr. Shepherd said, the pansides play at every single cultural and religious activity. So I want to say to you, thank you all for your support, for coming out and ensuring that we give the young people and those who have been working so hard to ensure that pan and music and the culture of Trinidad and Tobago continues to live on. And so, congratulations on your legacy, NLCB Fonclaire Steel Orchestra. Together, we aspire, together we achieve. Thank you very much.
That's it. There we go. Thank you so much once again to our Minister of Education and our MP for San Fernando West, the Honorable Dr. Michael Dowlath. All right. So we had the invocation. We had words from our Managing Director. We had birthday greetings from our MP and Education Minister. Are you ready for that? Like what I say. So I'm very excited to, we have our soloist first, but I'll get to the lovely folks in purple in the corner. I'll be very excited to introduce the folks in purple. Very excited. But first up to open our show, we have Philip Morris. Philip Morris coming to the stage. This evening we're going to have quite a few of our legacy players, folks who have been with the band and shared in the legacy almost from inception. So we invite to get things started, Philip Morris. Let's hear it again for Philip Morris, one of our long-standing legacy members of Fonclaire. Before we move on, come back. You're going to whisper sweet nothings in my ears. He's letting me know it is Maurice. Philip Maurice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This was a man that I remember. I don't want to expose my age, but we will expose the age. I was about 7 years old when Fonclaire did Pan by Storm. And if you look in the video, you will see a little girl in pink with a denim skirt and pink pigtails jumping up in the front of the video. Like if her life depends on it, that is me. But the point is, I remember faces and energies like, well, you know, I privately used to call him Uncle Philip. So I was not Akura with the Maurice, but we used to call him Uncle Philip in those days. And he would have been a face and an energy that was around the band since I was a tiny mite in proximity to the band. So one more time, let's hear it for him. And thank you for making the time to share this afternoon, share in this afternoon with us. So just letting you know that the washroom to my right is out of service. So if you need to use the washrooms, you have to head to the front side of the building. Right. Some of my faves are on stage. Some of my Auntie Jillian, that is you? That is you again? Let's hear it for Auntie Jillian. And everybody else on stage, Darren would have given you this story about Golden Steel. People who always wanted to play pan and didn't necessarily get the opportunity in the past. And now they're getting the opportunity to tick it off of their bucket lists. These are the real stars this evening, you know. Because it takes a lot of bravery to do something that you've always wanted to do. You're shaking your head, never got the opportunity to do it, and then to come and do it in front of an audience of this size. Let's hear it for Golden Steel 1. NLCB Golden Steel 1, as they exit the stage, we will actually have NLCB Golden Steel 2. Because when it's nice, you could split it in two and do it twice. Come on. Hey, Wendell, you change your mind, you play? Oh, okay. Let's check it. Holiday stage manager, tell me I'm dead air. So we are waiting for NLCB Golden Steel 2 to finish setup. Still to come, we have soloists like Sean Ramsey, Dean Constance, Curtis Sleepy Marcel, Roger Charles, all of whom are past and some of them still present members of Fonclaire. Most of them from the Pan by Storm era. You know, Pan by Storm was the watershed, right? So that is the marker that we are using, and I am using anyway. All right. Come. All right. And the folks are looking ready and excited. As you can tell, plenty family, long-standing family on stage. Let's hear it for NLCB Golden Steel 2.
Hey yo, this is your Maker Touch, and right now you're locked into God See, everything culture, alright love? Yes.
I had an amazing experience at the Bridge Cabin. This place is breathtaking, peaceful, the view is amazing. I'd recommend anyone to come here to the Bridge Cabin.
Steel 1 and 2. Ooh, I love that song. I don't know. One of the baddest tunes for Carnival 2025, I tell you. And it's because it's true, you know. It is true. You know, you suddenly start to see your way. Your skin clear up. Your belly going down. You suddenly have disposable income. You understand? Just because somebody leave your house. Look at that. I love that for us. Yes, come on. And I love that for Golden Steel. You all should be extremely proud of yourselves. Thank you, Wendell and Reed, for ensuring the smooth, if even slightly slow, transition between the bands. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have a gentleman who is another face we know extremely well inside of the Fonclaire Forever family. This was the man who was in Form 4 at the time. Pleasantville Senior. He was in Form 4. And he played the congas for Pan by Storm. This was the man who was responsible for making sure that we kept time. He was also the man that would have gone on tour playing congas when Fonclaire went to Canada in 1991. And since then, he has been sharing his talents. He is still in proximity to Pleasantville. Let's hear it for none other than Sean Ramsey.
Thank
much, Sean Ramsey. One of those classic pieces that we always love to hear on pan. All right. This is where the things start to get exciting. How are you blushing too? Hi. Greetings. What is your name?
Kelvin.
Kelvin. Kelvin, how long have you been playing pan? Last year, you love pan? It only have one right answer. You love pan?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Let's see if I could pick on a girl. Hello. She said, listen, I come to play pan. Nobody never tell me I have to talk. Hi, what is your name? Nobody can hear you. Ayana, how long have you been playing? I mean, I don't know. Since last year, all right. And Ayana, do you love pan? All right. I'm not completely convinced, but we'll go with it. Ladies and gentlemen, things are starting to get very exciting. We have our first school band of the evening. Let's hear it for San Fernando West Secondary School. And they'll be doing two pieces that have been arranged by two brilliant young arrangers. The first one, Kiona Blesdell, and the second arrangement by Jaden Bihari. Sando West, all ready? Let's do it. better than that. San Fernando West Secondary. And all of our schools were asked to play a blast from the Fonclaire past, as well as a song of their choosing, and that's why the first song they played was Summer Rain, and it was beautiful. Thank you so much, San Fernando West Secondary. So we get back into our soloists, and we have another one. He is a face and a powerhouse when it comes to Fonclaire legacy. Another one from inside of the Pan by Storm era. He has toured and is still touring the world. Pan has taken him around the world. And he was also actually, and I'm using the word was, and that makes me sad, he was the musical director of the Fonclaire All-Stars, and I really wish Hollywood get the band back together. Like, I get it, you know, you're all over the world, you're so busy, etc., etc. But I miss y'all, right? I miss y'all. So, could Fonclaire All-Stars, I'm putting out an SOS, could we get a couple more performances out of the Fonclaire All-Stars, please and thanks. Bringing to the stage, Roger Charles. Thank you so much, Roger Charles. Roger, you're going to tell the rest of the All-Stars you send any message for them? Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you for your service. Roger Charles, and from Roger, we go to Peeville Panjamas. Peeville is one of the bands that has a very, very special place in our Fonclaire Forever family. If you talk to Sheppy, he will give you an earful about how special Peeville is to him, being a member of the alum, etc., etc. We know how many members, legacy members of the band are also past Peeville students. We had Sean earlier. And I want to take the time to celebrate the teacher that is always moving with Peeville Panjamas. Can we hear it from Miss Patrick, please? And earlier on, San Fernando West, can we hear it from Miss Blesdell, please? Because without these teachers taking their personal time, sometimes their personal funds, these endeavors would not happen. So, we are bringing to the stage Peeville Panjamas. Like we said, we asked all of the schools to dip into the Fonclaire discography. That's a very big word, but you know what I mean. So we're dipping into past tunes from Fonclaire and another tune of their choice. We are excited to see what they choose. Let's hear it for them.
I'm from Guyana, and when I'm in Trinidad, I watch Gartsy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the P-Ville Panjamas. From Fonclaire's 1993 repertoire and Mr. Promoter. All right. From our Panjamas, we go to another group that I'm always very, very excited to introduce. Let's bring them on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome the cutest tiny mites in San Fernando. Homegirl said, you're gonna see me. I'm gonna walk in front of the pack. Fonclaire, tiny mites. Yes, girl, you wave to mommy. Yes, mommy, this one is one right here. Yes, very nice. What is her name? Hold on, where is she? Hi, what is your name?
Damani Julian.
Hi, Damani Julian. How old are you?
8.
8 years. And how long have you been playing pan?
2 years.
2 years. And time is a loose concept for children, eh? It's like it is, yeah, okay. All right. Ooh! Well, I can see her. Hello, hi. Hi, what is your name?
Hi.
Hi, Ty? Ty, how old are you?
6.
6? And this is your first time playing in front of an audience like this?
No.
He said no. When did you play before this?
I played, I think it was Carnival, that was my last.
Okay, all right, let's hear it for Ty. Where the little one we couldn't see? Ah, there she is. Hi. What is your name?
Riley.
Oh, yeah, her name is Riley. Riley, how old are you?
5.
Riley, you like playing pan? Yo, let us hear it for Riley, please. I feel this is Riley's sister, looking at the similarities in hairstyle. That's be a dead giveaway. You know, you are Riley's sister? I figured. What is your name?
Rebecca.
And how old are you?
7.
Okay, very mature, 7. How long have you been playing pan? Wait, hold on, let me try that again. Rebecca, how long you playing pan? No butters. Time is a loose concept. Very loose. All right. So we see Auntie Adana in the front. Could we hear it for Auntie Adana, please? Without whom our tiny mites. Oh, we all right? All right, okay. Without whom our tiny mites would not be breaking the internet with Baby Shark. I don't know if you all saw that earlier on this year. They ready? No? We ready? You ready? Yes? Oh, Ty is ready. Ty does not care if Uncle Wendell is ready. Ty is ready. All right. All right, little ones. We're going to play and we're going to dance, yes? We're going to play and dance and smile all at the same time. Yes. Who else can I interview? Oh, this is a sweet little one. Hello, what is your name?
Blaine.
Blair. Hi, Blair. How old are you?
9.
Blair, how come you had to think about how old you were?
I'm too used to being 8.
It's true. You're right. You're real right, girl. I really used to be in 25. Really used to it. Sorry. Oh, you're nice. Hi, what is your name?
Zahir.
Zahir. Zahir, how old are you?
8.
8? This is your first time playing for an audience like this? No. When was the last time you played like this?
Last year.
Last year. All right. Well, he's a veteran, accustomed, clearly. All right, we ready? Why are we doing? What is happening? All right. Good. We can see everybody. Everybody see parents. You're seeing your little ones. You're seeing them over the pans. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready again for our Fonclaire Tiny Mites. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the stars of our show, the Tiny Mites. Oh, I tell you, having a 7-month-old gives you a new appreciation for Baby Shark. It really, really does. And she loves this version. Yes, hi. All right. I'm just saying, whoever has to follow the Tiny Mites, they are a hard act to follow. I wouldn't want to go after the Tiny Mites. I wouldn't. But if it's anybody is up to the task, it is none other than Curtis Sleepy Marcel. All you know, this is a man who have list of credentials long like coffee streets. We know this. They don't have a band here work with in terms of the schools. And of course, we know him from being very much entrenched inside of the Pan by Storm era onwards. Sleepy is a face, an energy. To know him is to love him. Facts upon facts. Thank you so much for your service in our community, Curtis Sleepy Marcel. I don't think we say it enough. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. I find you not looking like you're ready. You ready? Okay. Let's hear it for Curtis Sleepy Marcel. just like that. Curtis Sleepy Marcel. From Sleepy, we go to a gentleman who joined Fonclaire in 1980. He is a man of many talents. He's a supplemental police. He shares his culinary expertise with Fonclaire. He actually said he just come out of the kitchen to come and play and go back. No, I'm serious. He also has the acclaim of being the very first 3 cello player in the band. His name, Dean Constance, and the song, For the Love of You. But I find this stand is not coming on, though. He'll be quick. Let me see. Well, I mean, if he's a chef, you gotta be quick. You can't keep people waiting when they're hungry. Aye, love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, Dean Constance. Ooh, musicians who can cook. You're welcome. You're welcome. You are free to use my idea. Musicians who can cook, I can see it now. Because fundraising is important. And? Well, Laura and Dean is the captain of the team. And? Reed, you can cook? You can eat, but can you cook? All right, ladies and gentlemen, you see our fabulous young people on stage. They are getting ready to give us something exciting, but before we get to them, we'd like to give out 2 tokens of appreciation. The first 2 of quite a few for the evening. I'd like to call on both our managing director and captain to hand out these, to award these tokens of appreciation. The first goes to Alpha Transport. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for coming on board. We'd like to invite their managing director, Mr. Shiraz Ali, to receive it on their behalf. Here he comes. Reed is calling for the cameraman. This moment is not about you, you know. It's about Mr. Ali. All right. I like these shoes. They're nice. Come on. He's running. Thank you so much to Alpha Transport, Mr. Shiraz Ali. And if you know anything about being a San Fernando band and needing to have your pans safely transported up and down the highway, this man and his team is doing yeoman service. Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. And next up, to the gentleman that has us looking lovely, has us out here looking sharp, we'd like to invite Mr. Elton Benjamin of Scream Text to the stage. Yes, and I know from personal experience that he gives such a wonderful touch. It is service with sweetness and a smile. Yeah. Chevy, say a dress up. I love that first. Thank you so much for coming on board. We appreciate you so much. Yes, you get a picture? Very nice. All right. Don't worry, Bill Jackson Productions coming back to harass you next year. Come in, don't worry. All right, we ready? Oh my word, this fro, darling, come on. What is your name?
My name is Soraya Figaro.
Soraya Figaro. I love your hair. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for NLCB Fonclaire Juniors.
Trinidad, we're watching Gatsy, boy. Everything is good. Blessings.
Join this man. We can go to play part. And thank God for Fonclaire Trinidad and the program that we are doing. Putting back sticks in hands. Alright? So, have children, grandchildren, great grands. Contact Mr. Shepherd. Send them. We don't say no. So, the movement, let's do it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Come. Yeah, man, come. No afraid. Yes, you. I don't buy it on a Friday. Maybe. Ole watch this young man play? Who he belong to? He belong to Ole? Listen to me. Hello. Me and Uncle Ed already correct here. There are many young people who play pan. and it's beautiful to watch, etc. This is a pan man. You understand? Nice. What is your name?
Hello, my name is Cameron Agad.
All right, and he's a superstar, clearly. Let's hear it again. For Fonclaire Jr. is a fantastic way to stick a pin as we get ready to go to intermission. We will now have a 20 minutes intermission. Yes, we will now have a 20-minute intermission. Please feel free to patronize. There are things on sale, light eats and drinks. Now would also be an excellent time for you to make contact with any of the teachers associated with the school bands. These are schools actively looking for corporate patrons. Corporate patrons, corporate sponsors, corporate supporters, or private citizens who want to make one-time contributions. I am begging boldfacedly on their behalf, have those conversations while you have a beverage and a snack. We will see you at 20.
See my exit a new man, feel like she new girl. Inside the session, party making up fun. She put up, she do one. Why them back on the man? You think I give her down? Your man. Did they leave me? Did they leave me? I started to see my way. When you hurt me.
BC Renegade Steel Orchestra.
I just got
So
here.
you got the outfit on already, so you ready to go?
Sure.
Lipstick to match.
Mm-hmm.
Can't stop you.
I eye for detail.
Come on now. Yeah, I'm live.
She's in a She's in a International media, you don't know?
Oh, okay, I get that. And I, really?
It's not before.
You can play soft rock?
We know that's why we don't, that's why we rather use that drum. Me? To be able to get fast.
I came back here because I thought they were going to be playing some rhythm section music, but that's not happening. So just watching people in line getting their food. This guy is so hungry, he's eating the plastic already. You better, yeah, he's ready. He's ready to eat. Hello.
Hello.
Having a good time?
Of course I am.
All right, tell us why you're having a good time.
Because I love pan and it's Fonclaire. Come on.
Oh, you play?
I used to play.
Well, why did you stop?
Because I have exams.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm not playing this time.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Good. Alright, we're gonna go back into our own music because they're gonna start with some copyright music here, so we're gonna go back into our own stuff. For a little while.
I don't think it's supposed to forget.
We're watching Godsey. Everything is good. Blessing.
But guys, my
Oh, that's it for you guys. I'm done. I'm happy I got a chance to listen to you guys. I'm happy I got a chance to listen to you guys early. Okay. Bless you. Yeah, wow. That makes no sense, you know? Money first, eh?
Well, yeah, first,
You know how it goes?
Yeah.
All right then. No, the show isn't done. The show is not over. This is just half intermission. It's half time. And yeah. So I just wanted to get away from the music on the other side, but we're going to go back there when it starts again. Yeah, but the show isn't over. Yeah, the Wicked Rhythm section here. I call them the Wicked Rhythm section. They're not like normal. If you want to see more of them, you can check on the channel on Short. You're going to find them. We did them before. I mean, the only song they're playing is Blacker Than the Blessing. That's it. That's the only song they're playing tonight. Yeah, no problem, no problem. No, you're good. I'm not going to come. Okay. Over here. Look. Good to go. Yeah. All right. Look at the start of the stage.
The start of the stage.
Yeah, the start of the stage. You had a good play session there?
What? He asked you if you had a good session. Yeah, man.
Good? All right. How long you playing for?
About 2 years. Almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay, and how often you play every week? Like every day or every other day? Or?
I have a pan at home, so...
Oh, you have a pan at home?
Yeah.
Oh, so you get to practice all the time?
I doesn't really use it, to be honest.
So when you're not watching TV, you practice pan? Or when you're not playing games, video games, you practice pan?
Honestly, I just play video games. Like
you don't just play video games?
Yeah, but sometimes I just practice pan.
Oh, okay, sometimes. Okay,
Sometimes.
His mother?
Yes, I'm his mom.
Okay, I can see the reason.
Yeah, same face.
Yeah, same face. All right, all the best.
Okay, take care.
Take care, guys.
She washing cake and she can't song, you know?
I got you already. It's too late. It's too late. I'll take that.
Bye, Joy.
I'll take it. So you want to play? Okay. So you're the mother supporting. Okay. All right. Great. Okay. So she played already. So you just wait for the second half to just enjoy yourself. And that's awesome. You live in San Fernando?
We're watching Gatsy. Everything is good. Bless you. I didn't even know it was until you reach. Hey.
Lads, and you're watching and locked on Gatsy. Hey, how would you read them there? Ask the man where he was last night. Before you sat by. Ask him. Hey, ask your man.
BP Renegade Steel Orchestra.
nothing seems complete. Still the pain I'm searching for the better.
Oh, wait, you only wait certain times like that, huh?
Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, okay, okay, all right, good. Keep it up.
shoulder, gonna find strength in me. 'Cause I am a superwoman. Yes, I am. Let me hear you sing. That's it. Even when I'm a mess, I still put on a vest with an S on my chest. Oh yes, I'm a superwoman. For all the mothers fighting for better days to come, and all my women sitting here trying to come home before the sun. And all my sisters coming together, say yes I will, yes I can, 'cause I am a superwoman. Yes I am. Let me hear you sing. That's it. Even when I'm a mess, I still put on a vest with an S on my chest. Oh yes, I'm a superwoman. When I'm breaking down and I can't be found, I start to get weak. And no one knows me underneath these clothes.
right, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Mother's Day to all our beautiful mothers. Yeah. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, yeah. Well, my friend in the street, feel the rhythm in their feet. Life is good, it's wild and sweet. So let the music play on, play on, play on, play on. Feel it in your heart and feel it in your soul. Let the music take control. We're going to dine in Kuramo, Fiesta forever. Come on and sing along. We're going to party, Kuramo, Fiesta forever. Come on and sing that song. Sing all night long. All night, all night long. All night long. Oh, all night long. Sing it again, say all night long. All night long. All night long. Hey, once you get started, you can't sit down. Come join the fun, it's a merry-go-round. Everyone's dancing, their troubles away. Come join the magic, see how we play. Hey, you know this part. Jumbly, they said the moya. Let me hear ya. Wait to party, oh we going. Jumbly, they said the moya. Hey, jumba, jumba. We're gonna have a party. Come on, sing all night long. All night long. All night long.
Fonclaire Forever Legacy. We are inviting, is it Wendell coming to what? I just want to make sure that we have someone on stage. Oh no. 400 years later. Nice, thank you. We invite to the stage Mr. Jan Stedman. All right, here he comes, looking very dapper.
Pleasant good evening to each and every one of you. And as well as I want to acknowledge the diversity of Trinidad and Tobago. Could you imagine from this morning, I have attended many Indian Arrival Day events, and here I am this evening celebrating our national instrument and the birthday of Fonclaire. So Fonclaire's birthday is kind of close to my birthday. I had a birthday on Tuesday. So Darren could have told me that. So I'm not as old as Fonclaire. I'm only 47 years old. I want to hear that too. Ladies and gentlemen, I am always proud to be on stage at any Fonclaire event for all that Fonclaire has done towards the development of the young people in Trinidad and Tobago. That is a model that I myself follow. I want you all to know that yesterday I had a meeting with the UN, and the plan of the San Fernando City Corporation is that we are going to turn San Fernando into a child-friendly city. That's the mandate from the UN. So certainly what Fonclaire has done, we use that as a model to try to plug into what it is the UN has planned for the city of San Fernando. And certainly as we move forward with those plans, I will more than sit down with Darren Shepherd and the management of Fonclaire and see how we can encompass and incorporate everything so that we are successful in our venture to become that. So I don't want to take much time. I just want to congratulate Fonclaire again on this auspicious occasion, and thank you sincerely for listening to me. All the best.
Thank you so much for those birthday greetings. We appreciate it hugely. And I think it quite fitting that this is the performance that comes next. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage we have, now I know some of you all might be looking at this band and thinking, is this another Fonclaire Juniors? No. Ladies and gentlemen, this that you are seeing here with literally almost the entirety of the band is below the age of all young people. This is the new generation of NLCB Fonclaire, and they are playing Jahaji Bai as we celebrate Indian Arrival Day. again for NLCB Fonclaire Friday. I like you. I was waiting to see when people would start to dance. Thank you for representing. I said, well, all right, finally. Y'all, you can get up and dance if you want to get up and dance, you know. Because I am sure y'all seeing me in the corner and they're boogieing. So, all right. Again, let me properly acknowledge our Councillor for Laser West. Thank you so much for taking time out for joining us, Mr. Hussein. I also want to acknowledge our Chairman of our South Central region of Trinidad, Mr. Philip Barker, also in the audience. Thank you so much for joining us and taking the time, spending some time with us in South. Love that. Y'all, more cuteness is coming to the stage. You ready? More cuteness is coming on stage. Ooh. Oh, hold on. There's no. Hi. Hello. What is your name?
Janari.
Say again.
Janari.
Janari. You have this. Oh, gorgeous. So handsome. How old are you?
7.
7? How long have you been playing pan? You know what? You like playing pan?
Little bit.
Honesty. Yeah, I mean, he honest. He said little bits, you know, and that's fine. That's okay. I like honesty. Who else? Oh, I spied her at the side of the stage just now, and I knew I was coming to ask her, but I didn't want to make eye contact. Next thing you know, she got nervous. Hello. What is your name? What is your name? Chloe. Okay, all right, we got through that. Chloe, how old are you? She's 10. All right, Chloe, this is your first time playing pan? Like in front of an audience like this? No? Okay, well, all right. She's a veteran then. She just don't like to talk to people very loudly, and that's okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, behind us, we have none other than Grant Memorial. Let's hear it for them. Are you all ready? Yes? Oh, they're not looking like you're all ready. You all ready? Yeah? All right, let's go. beautifully done. Very serious frontline, very about their business. You know? Not here for all that dancing and choreography. We're here to play pan. Alright. And I can live with that. That's okay. You know, if you put me behind a pan, I will start a wine and forget to play. So, that's fair. My uncle but gifted me a tenor when I was about their age. I played for a little while, you know, some certificates of excellence and things, but I was clearly destined to wine and dance and things. So eventually I, much to his disappointment, walked away from the pan, playing the pan. But the pan lived on in my heart, which is why you will find me in spaces like these all the time. You forgive me, Uncle Kenneth? Okay, he said forgive me. I'm too sure, I think he only said that because people are wrong him. I feel like he never really fully forgave me, but that's okay. All right, folks, from Grand Memorial to yet another one of our past legacy members. This is a gentleman who is currently based in the U.S., Arkansas to be exact. He would have joined Fonclaire back in 1986. He's a past stage side arranger. He's a man who has traveled the world, flying the flag of Trinidad and Tobago and Fonclaire and Pan extremely high. Let's welcome Mr. Daryl Harp Edwards.
Side here.
But I feel like there's a story behind the harp. Daryl Harp, and you know, we were just talking about this backstage about musicians, and I'm not being ageist, but musicians of a certain era have a certain sass, a certain sound, a certain edge to them. And I think that has been evident in the legacy players, all of the legacy players we've seen here tonight. Some of the best musicians that I've heard in a long time. Let's hear it for all of them who played, all of our soloists who played thus far this evening. All right, you all know how I feel about my school bands. And I have a very, very special place in my heart. It's my alma mater. Come on. St. Gabriel's Girls RC School, otherwise known as the Gabrielites. Their arranger is one of our very own at Fonclaire, the very talented Shazzy Webb, that they clearly love dearly. And of course, we also want to celebrate the principal of St. Gabriel's as well as mothers. She's been a music mommy for a very, very long time. She's one of my musical mothers. Let's hear it from Miss Bernadette Roberts backstage. Come on. If you went to St. Gabriel's and you were in any form of choir, you passed through Miss Roberts. Okay? She's now Auntie Bernadette. Ladies and gentlemen, oh wait, hold on. Hi. What is your name? Maya. Maya? Maya, who is your granny?
Miss Robert.
Hold on, one more. Where the next one? Oh, right. Oh God, she far away. Wait, hold on. Tell me, what is your name? And Melody, who is your granny?
Miss Robert.
Come on. That is what we mean when we say legacy and we celebrate all of our little ones. Let's hear it for the Gabrielites. name? Isabel. You all were saying Isabel? Oh, I just need you all to understand. You see, it's my kind of girl. Congratulations, little ones. You all did exceptionally well. Isabel is my kind of girl. Auntie Bernadette would have put me out the band. Because I would have been getting down on the choreography and forget to play. I like this part. I like that part plenty. Of course, you see? She know me good. All right, folks. You all do not even understand how much joy I have right now to introduce the next soloist. Where to begin? Where to begin? My first and most fondest memories of Joseph Reed. Once upon a time, I was in a dance company called Laserfar Dance Company. And I was part of a contingent going to Carupano, Venezuela for a cultural exchange. And Fonclaire stage side was part of the bacchanal. Earlier, we nearly did not reach Venezuela. We missed the boat to go to Venezuela. We ended up having to sleep in Tetran barracks, and evening we spent, of course, you know as it is when you're going on these cultural events, etc., etc., the sleepover portion of the evening is always the most exciting because nobody is sleeping. Joseph Reed is a comedian. I need you all to know this. I don't know if you all know, but I am very acquainted with the fact that Joseph Reed liked plenty strippings. And he has not changed over the years. He is a joy as much as he is a hard worker. And I'm very excited about the fact that he has to follow the Gabrielites because they are a very hard act to follow. And I love to watch him school. Bringing to the stage our beloved captain of the NLCB Fonclaire, Mr. Joseph Reed. You reach? You sure? They put an extra step for you? Nice, I like that. They put a box, it's true. You have a box on the next side? No, man. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Joseph Reed. All right, he could play. Oh, she had to get one, so jeez. One of my favorites. He's one of the people that I love to hear play the most, but don't tell him I said that. Right, nicely. We have so many young people inside of our Fonclaire Forever family that we had to split our juniors in two. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Fonclaire Juniors 2. Yes? Soon to be the... Oh, I don't like that. Miscellaneous water on my face. Now bring my bowl. If I get a ringworm, you're all getting a strongly worded letter, eh? Right. Ladies and gentlemen, Fonclaire Juniors 2, soon to be the new and next generation of NLCB Fonclaire. to the upcoming generation of Fonclaire. She's not bothering me, you know. She can stay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Our next soloist, I have a very special place in my heart for him. I know him as Uncle Leonard. You will call him Dr. Leonard Jack. All right? If you please. This was a gentleman who excelled, both as a musician and, wait for it, as a dancer. All ever know that? Leonard Jack was one of Joyce Curtin's shining stars in the Lazafa Dance Company. Now telling me there was many a night Joyce Curtin come down in the pan and drag him out the band to go up the road to practice. That song like Auntie Joyce, that song accurate. An accomplished musician and a university professor, and always a lover of Fonclaire. We are so honored to have you, Uncle Leonard, and he will be coming to share with us. He's doing 2 tunes. Put your hands together for Dr. Leonard Jack. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Dr. Leonard Jacob, member of the Fonclaire Forever family since 1972. That's correct. You better put some respect on his name. Yes. Thank you, Uncle Leonard. Thank you for sharing this time with us. All right, folks, we are getting closer and closer to the finale event. Closer and closer. On stage, I have one of the baddest arms of the NLCB Fonclaire Forever family. Come on, act like you know. Fourth, yes, in the National Panorama Finals, but still the reigning South Central champions. All right, coming to the stage, we have Fusion Steel.
Check.
Good night. If I was to tell you just how much I need you, would you come tonight? Would you not believe me? Cause a love that easy never turns alright. I'm trying to change the rules. You deserve something good in your life. expect your blessings tonight, baby. Won't you come over, love?
Baby girl,
so I can show you love.
show you, girl.
Promise I've got enough to give you all that you need,
But
baby. So many search to find a love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste no time, so bring it on to me.
Well, let me tell you this. Well, I've been thinking for a long, long time that I wanted to give you this love. See me, girl. Cause you know I've been on my mind. Can't sleep at night and such. Baby girl, now that you have shown me the signs, we press cash and the bother with the clutch. Baby girl, I wanna give you loving all night long, so strong that you won't forget my touch. Baby girl.
Baby, let me teach you, give you love instruction, show you what I know. We should take it easy, ain't no need to rush, no baby, nice and slow. All this love I could give to you, I expect just a bit in return.
Baby!
You don't have to be perfect, love, as long as you're willing to learn, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love.
Show me, girl.
Promise I got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find a love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste no time, so bring it, baby.
My adrenaline is pumping, I'm thinking about one thing between you and me. You see me, girl?
I see.
If the pace is too fast for you, baby, then we can't take it little slowly. Baby girl, I'll take you to the top and never drop ya, never flop ya, and I know will not forget ya. And the love is coming at ya. Baby, love, I'm gonna really got ya. So what you gonna do, girl?
Turn down the light.
Sing it, yeah.
Give you all of my love tonight. Let's do what lovers do. Oh, I'm ready for you. Don't wanna waste my time, so don't make me beg, and don't keep me waiting for love.
Open up over love, so I can show you love. Promise I've got enough
To give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find a love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste no time, so bring it on to me. Ooh, ooh.
So bring your
Bring
love,
it on to me. Say, bring it on to me. Yeah.
So
Say,
bring your
bring it on to me. Yeah. Ooh, Fusion Steel, hey.
Yo, put your hands up for the Kizzy. You know we pumping out tonight, right? Put your hands together right now. For Fusion Steel right now, we pumping. If you know this song, I'll sing along with me too, right? Don't forget. Whoa, 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 whoa. If you know this song, I want you to sing along
when I'm feeling under the weather.
You just make me feel sweet.
I see cocoa tea, you see sugar, and together we are complete. Darling, beat me up, sing it. Only you alone could put fire back in the soul. Beat me up, and you're telling me I should leave that fire alone. No, and the more they tell me, the more I hold in the flows. And tell them I can never let you go. This how she knows. Girl, I'm coming home, I will see you again. Hold it through the night, I'm dreaming. Yeah, Miss how she knows. When you turn it up, make me smooth like darling. When outside it's pouring rain. Show them, put on the fire.
Bubbling it, bubbling it, bubbling it over.
Raise the temperature higher.
Coming in, coming in, coming in closer.
Make the thing catch on fire. All on the ground, all over the bumper. With that pot on the fire. It's a crocodile. Well. I can really concentrate. I feel a sugar rush in my vein. One thing that did make my day, I'm missing it when I fall alone. Keep me up. Only you alone can put fire back in the soul. Keep me up. And you're telling me I should leave that fire alone. No. And the more they tell me it's more I hold in your clothes. Show them I can never let you go. Miss Holshney. Girl, I'm coming home, I want to see you again. Hold it through the night, I'm dreaming. Swing it up, Miss Holshney. Girl, you turn it up, make me school right, darling. When outside is pouring rain. Show them now, put on the fire.
Bubbling it, bubbling it, bubbling it over.
Wash, make the temperature higher.
Coming in, coming in, coming in closer.
Make the thing catch on fire. All on the ground, all over the bunker. Build up on the fire. It's a crocodile.
Anxiety keeps on trying me. It's my anxiety, yeah. Anybody in here feeling anxious tonight? It's just so exciting. Makes you anxious. Anxiety keeps on trying me, keeps on trying me. It's my anxiety, yeah. Anxiety keeps on trying me. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety, yeah. Well, we know she's not anxious. Open your out. Get into it. Sometimes I feel there's something on my chest, like an elephant standing up on it, you know? And I just let it go. Hey, anxiety keeps on trying me. Anxiety keeps on trying me. It's my anxiety. It's my anxiety. Anxiety, anxiety, it keeps on trying me. Anxiety, anxiety, can shake it off of me. Anxiety, anxiety, can shake it off of me. Anxiety, anxiety, it's my anxiety. 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 It's my
We're from St. Martin, and when we're in Trinidad, we watch God see.
my word. Hey! Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our South Central Small Panorama champions. That was Fusion Steel alongside our vocalists Kizzy Huggins and Shimon Fleming and our little superstar at the end here. We started to just say, oh, but hey, Patrick Bishop, is that you? And you see, I know that was that joke. Too many people don't get that reference, you know? But you know Pat Bishop. Come on, we know about Pat Bishop. Come on. All right. Okay, y'all, it's about our time. You all ready? We're about to bring the curtain down on our 60th anniversary celebrations. What happened? Tell me. Read? We good? Okay. We are about to bring the curtain down on our 60th anniversary or birthday celebrations, whichever one. Thank you so much for being with us. I want you to get up and dance and party for this last set. We have a deal? If all you do not dance for this last set, we done. I'm not talking to you after this, eh? Right. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing to the stage NLCB Fonclaire. All right, just before we have our finale performance, two vehicles that need to move immediately, PCJ 4062 and PCW 2570. PCJ 4062 and PCW 2570, you need to move your vehicles immediately, please and thanks.
they're talking about. I think there's one more they're trying to do. I don't know. It's looking like one more. Maybe it's one more. Maybe it's not one more. We're waiting to see. Carl, you're welcome very much. Yes, you're very welcome, Carl. I enjoy doing this. Hope you can hear me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the piece de resistance is about to happen.
Okay.
We cannot leave unless you know what song we have to play, right? All right. Before we get to it, however, in all things we must give thanks, and this is where I bid you adieu. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. And I hand the mic to Mr. Joseph Reed to give the vote of thanks.
Hi, good night, everyone. First and foremost, we gotta thank God for this weather today. It was threatening a lot today, but good prayers and good vibes, you know. That our rain blew away to another area. So we thank God for that. I thank God for the patrons that, in spite of the weather, what was looking like, they all still left their homes and come out here today. We thank you so much on behalf of Fonclaire. We thank you for our awardees for coming out here today. Mr. Arthur, Mr. Thomas, there are a couple of guys again, Mr. Stedman, John Stedman. There's one more from the top of my head, I can't get it right now. I'll get it. Yes, the Zabi. And yes, we'll get to them. That's Alpha. Yeah, Alpha Elton. Hello? Yeah, Elton from Screen Text. Good friend here from Valley Apps, he came and blessed us with his presence here today, Mr. Flanders. You know? And we want to thank each and every one for coming out here today. First and foremost, all the bands that perform here today, from Advent Steel, San Fernando, Weston, Gabriel, Grand School Memorial, Pleasantville, Fonclaire 1 and 2, Fusion, Fonclaire Stateside, Golden, oh gosh. My apologies, Golden Steel 1 and 2. Tiny Mites, how we can forget that? They set me up to play after Tiny Mites. I couldn't catch myself after that and give heroes. Yeah, and Fonclaire, of course, Fonclaire Stateside here behind me. Fantastic group of young people. They're challenging at times. They will admit that. Miserable. Yeah, but all the same, very, 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 very good band players. You can't get them better than that. So I want to thank each and every one of you again today for coming out. Thanks to Naparima Bowl for having us. And again, thanks for the weather. Oh Lord, you all don't know how we pray for this. Right? So we're going to finish off with Pan by Storm. And you all reach home safely. Thanks for coming out. And see you all in the next show.
Also thanks Gartsy for coming out and recording this, yep. Yeah, Gartsy was out here too, yeah. curtain came down on this one. I believe there's another song for tonight. The lights are off, and that is it for the night. Good night, Brenda. Thank you guys, everyone, and Sati. Thank you guys, Lenny, everyone. Thank you for joining me on Gartsy. Yeah, that's it. What a wonderful evening, and no rain, amazingly, because when I got down here, it looked like it was going to rain, for sure, 100%, but it didn't. So that was great.
Hello? One thing before we leave, I forgot to thank Trinidad South Central Region officers for being here, and also our soloists from here and abroad, Mr. Jack, Darren Edwards, Brother Charles, Sean Ramsey, Dean Constance, Philip Morris, and myself. Right, so, for that, right? So, again, thank you, and you'll have a pleasant night and reach home safely. Be real and proud.
Hey guys, if you have not subscribed to Gartsy, please subscribe, and if you like the content, that is. I don't want to keep bugging you with stuff you don't like, but if you like the content, do subscribe so you can know when we go live, because I often go live tomorrow. I think I might go live again. Okay guys, have a good night, and I'm going to sign off from here, and thank you for watching Gartsy.
Ladies and gents, I am so happy to pay this big respect to Gartsy, and I want everybody to know I am the example champion of Trinidad. So ladies and gents, what I'm saying to you, I am so pleased to this interview because they're performing without any flaws. Give Gartsy a lusty round of applause.
Thank you very much.